There's a hush in the air tonight, a quiet magic that lingers just beyond the edge of sleep. Can you feel it? The world outside your window is still, the stars are bright, and somewhere, far beyond the reach of mortal eyes, the hidden city of Gondolin stands in silent splendor. Its towering walls, carved from pearl and moonlight, rise above the clouds, and within them, 12 noble houses keep watch over secrets older than time itself. We'd love to know where you're listening from tonight, what corner of the world you've curled up in, and what hour the night has settled over you. Let us know in the comments below, because tonight, we're all stepping into the same enchanted tale together. Picture this, a young scribe named Elenion, his hands trembling slightly as he unrolls a parchment older than the mountains. His task is simple, or so it seems, to chronicle the histories of Gondolin's 12 houses, to capture their glories and sorrows before they fade into legend. But as he crosses the threshold of the Hall of Kings, the weight of his duty settles upon him like a cloak woven from starlight. The air hums with something unspoken, a whisper that dances just beyond hearing. It's the first stirring of an ancient prophecy, one that will unravel the very threads of Gondolin's fate. And though Elenion doesn't know it yet, his journey will change everything. This is more than a story. It's an invitation to wander the marble halls of the House of the Golden Flower, to trace the silver sigils of the House of the Fountain, to lose yourself in the echoes of a city that exists only in dreams and memory. Gondolin is a place of wonder, but also of hidden dangers, of choices that ripple across centuries. And as we follow Elenion's footsteps, we'll uncover not just the legends of the 12 houses, but the truths that lie beneath them. The loves, the betrayals, the sacrifices that shaped Middle-earth itself. So close your eyes, let the weight of the day slip away, and let's begin where all great tales do, in the quiet before the storm, in the moment between a breath and a whisper. The city waits, the story begins. The house of the king rises before Elenion like a mountain carved from moonlight, its spires so tall they seem to brush the very dome of the sky. Inside, the air thrums with the weight of centuries, heavy with the scent of parchment and the faintest hint of Athelas, the king's foil that grows in hidden courtyards. Turgon, the High King, sits upon a throne of ivory and mithril, his voice a low, steady river as he recounts Gondolin's birth, how the Valor themselves whispered its design into his dreams, how the hands of elves and dwarves raised these towers stone by sacred stone. The scribe's quill flies across the page, capturing every word, but then a pause. An elder, his beard silver as the fountain of the king, leans close and murmurs something strange. "Beware the hollow crown," he says, his eyes flickering toward a shadowed archway. "For what was lost beneath the city may yet wake." Elenion's breath catches. The hollow crown, no scroll mentions it, no song sings of it. Is it a relic, a prophecy, or something darker? Around him, the hall hums with ordinary chatter, the clink of goblets, the rustle of robes, as if no one else heard those words at all. His duty is clear, record the histories, nothing more, yet the mystery tugs at him like a thread begging to be pulled. What if this is the key to understanding the unease that has haunted Gondolin's streets of late? The way the torches flicker without wind, the way the children whisper of voices in the empty tunnels below. The scribe hesitates. To chase the secret would mean straying from the king's command, risking the trust placed in him. but to ignore it, that might be a different kind of betrayal. Somewhere deep in the city, a bell tolls, its echo lingering like a question, and as Elenion gathers his scrolls, his fingers brush the edge of a hidden pocket in his robe, where a single, crumpled note rests, unsigned, slipped into his belongings that very morning. 3 words, written in a hand he doesn't recognize. Follow the swallows. The House of the Golden Flower welcomes Elenion with a warmth that feels almost out of place in Gondolin's marble halls. Sunlight spills through stained glass windows, painting the floors in hues of amber and crimson, and the air carries the faint, sweet scent of blooming Nifredil. At the heart of it all stands Glorfindel, lord of the house, his golden hair catching the light like a crown. His laughter is bright, effortless, yet there's something in the way his fingers tighten around the stem of his goblet, a tension that doesn't match the mirth in his voice. He speaks of battles with the ease of someone recounting old fables, the fall of the great towers of Balerion, the clash of armies beneath a blood-red sky. But when Elenion asks about the tapestry behind him, a scene of elves dancing in a field of golden flowers, Glorfindel's smile falters. His gaze drifts to a narrow door at the far end of the hall, its hinges bound with silver wire, its lock shaped like a coiled serpent. Some histories are best left undisturbed, he murmurs, though his eyes betray a flicker of something sharp or regret, or perhaps warning. The scribe's curiosity burns brighter. Why seal away a door in a house dedicated to light and memory? That night, as the torches gutter low, Elenion slips back into the hall. The lock is cold under his fingertips, but the mechanism yields with a whisper, as if it's been waiting. Inside, the air is thick with dust and the scent of dried petals. Shelves line the walls, stacked with scrolls, each tied with a ribbon, the color of faded gold. One lies open on a pedestal, its ink still gleaming faintly, as though touched by moonlight. The words tell of a battle never sung in Gondolin's halls, not of orcs or dragons, but of betrayal. A name leaps from the page, Meaglin. A floorboard creaks behind him. Elenion whirls, but the hall is empty. Yet the door, which he'd left ajar, now stands shut. And from somewhere beyond the walls, soft as a sigh, comes the sound of swallows taking flight. The House of the Fountain is a place of liquid silver and whispered hymns, where water spills endlessly from sculpted basins into pools so clear they seem to hold the sky itself. Elenion, its lord, moves through the halls with the grace of a river's current, his voice a melody that soothes even the most restless heart. He speaks of balance, how the waters of Gondolin mirror the harmony of its people, how every ripple is a note in the city's unbroken song. Elenion listens, his quill poised, but his gaze keeps drifting to the great central fountain, where the reflection of the white tower shivers oddly, as if something beneath the surface has stirred it. At first, he thinks it's a trick of the light, but then he sees it again, a shadow, swift and sinuous, darting just beneath the water's glassy face. No one else seems to notice. The attendants go about their duties, polishing the silver dippers, weaving garlands of water lilies. Even Elenion, standing knee-deep in the shallows as he adjusts the flow of a hidden channel, doesn't glance up. The scribe edges closer, his boots silent on the damp marble. What could live in these waters? The fountain is fed by mountain springs, pure and untouched, or so he's been told. Yet the shadow moves again, longer now, darker, coiling like smoke. That night, Elenion returns alone. The courtyard is bathed in the blue glow of the hour before dawn, the fountain's song the only sound. He kneels at the pool's edge, his own reflection wavering as he reaches down then freezes. The water is warm, far warmer than it should be, and there, just beneath his fingertips, the surface trembles, not from any ripple he's made, but from something rising. A shape, indistinct but vast, drifts upward, and for a heartbeat, he swears he sees the outline of wings. A footstep echoes behind him. Elenion spins, but the courtyard is empty. Yet the hair on his neck stands on end, the unmistakable prickle of being watched. From the shadows of the colonnade, a pair of eyes glint, then vanish. The fountain's water still, but the note left beside his abandoned cloak is real enough, its ink already bleeding in the damp. The deeper you look, the less you'll wish to see. The house of the harp greets Elenion with a cascade of sound, strings humming, voices twining in harmonies so delicate they seem to hover in the air like fireflies. Every corner of this hall thrums with music, from the lullabies spun for children to the battle hymns that echo in the vaulted ceilings. The minstrels move with a rhythm all their own, their fingers dancing over harps of yew and silver, their eyes half closed as if listening to some distant melody only they can hear. At the center of it all stands Daron, the master of song, his presence as steady as the deep, resonant note of a bass string. He welcomes Elenion with a nod, but there's a wariness in his gaze, a silent question. Why have you come? The scribe asks for stories, the old ones, the ones not sung in the open courtyards. Daron's hand still over the strings. Around them, the other minstrels exchange glances, their music faltering for the briefest moment before resuming, louder now, as if to drown out the request. Some songs are not for repeating, Daron says at last, his voice low. Their words are locked away for a reason, but Elenion presses, his curiosity a living thing. There's a tale here, one that might explain the unease coiled like a serpent in Gondolin's heart. The minstrel hesitates, then leans close. There is a song, he murmurs, older than the city itself. It speaks of the earth's bones shifting, of fire sleeping beneath the mountains. Sing it aloud, and you risk waking what should never stir. A chill runs down Elenion's spine. He's heard whispers of such things of the Balrogs, the demons of the ancient world, buried deep in the roots of the earth. Could this song be a warning? A key, Daron's fingers pluck a single, mournful note, and for an instant, the air itself seems to tremble. Then the moment passes, and the minstrel's face shudders like a door slamming closed. Leave it be, he says, and this time, it's not a suggestion. That night, the scribe lies awake, the house's melodies still humming in his blood. Outside his window, the wind carries fragments of a tune, half remembered, half imagined. It would be so easy to slip back into the hall, to search for that forbidden scroll among the minstrels' troves, but the cost, the trust broken, the peace shattered, weighs heavy on him. And yet, what if the song holds the answer to the hollow crown, to the shadows in the fountain, to the locked door in the house of the golden flower? Somewhere in the distance, a lone harp plays, its notes twisting into a melody that feels almost like a challenge. Elenion's fingers tighten around the edge of his blanket. The choice is his: walk away or unravel the song that could unravel everything. The house of the Hammer of Wrath rises like a clenched fist against the sky, its walls blackened by centuries of forge fire, its air thick with the tang of molten metal and the rhythmic clash of hammer on anvil. Elenion steps inside, and the heat wraps around him like a living thing, pressing against his skin until his breath comes short. The smiths move in a silent, steady dance, their faces streaked with soot, their arms corded with muscle as they shape weapons of impossible beauty. At the heart of the hall, Rog, lord of the house, stands before a blade so newly quenched it still steams in the cool air. His voice is a low rumble, like stone grinding against stone, as he speaks of the ore's mind from the deepest veins of the Echariath, a flame stoked with spells older than Gondolin itself. But then his hand stills. There's another blade, he admits, one not displayed among the others, a weapon forged in secret, its steel folded 1,000 times until it gleams with a light that burns even in utter darkness. It was never meant to be wielded, Rog says, his gaze flickering toward a door barred with iron. Some creations are too perilous even for war. The other smiths fall silent, their hammers pausing mid-strike, as if the mere mention of the blade has struck a chord of dread. Elenion's pulse quickens. Could this be the key to the hollow crown, to the whispers beneath the city? He presses for more, but Rog's face hardens like cooling metal. Leave it buried, he growls. Yet the scribe can't shake the feeling that the smith's warning is a test one he's meant to fail. That night, as the forges dim to embers, he slips back into the hall. The iron door is colder than winter, its lock rusted shut, but the mechanism yields with a groan when he leans his weight against it. Inside, the air is stale, thick with the scent of old ashes. And there, on a pedestal of black stone, lies the blade. It's slender, almost delicate, its edge so sharp it seems to cut the light itself. As Elenion reaches out, the metal shivers, humming with a note so pure it aches in his teeth. Then movement. A shadow detaches itself from the far wall, resolving into a figure cloaked in smoke and cinder. Rog, but his eyes are different now, gleaming with something like approval. You were always meant to find it, he says, voice rough as gravel. The question is, will you carry it? Outside, the wind howls through the streets of Gondolin, carrying with it the distant cry of a raven. The scribe's fingers hover over the hilt. To take it would be to step onto a path with no turning back. Yet the blade's glow pulses, as if answering a call only he can hear. The house of the heavenly arch is a cathedral of constellations, its vaulted ceiling alive with swirling frescoes of the night sky, each star picked out in crushed crystal that glimmers even in daylight. Scholars huddle around massive tables, their fingers tracing paths across parchment maps, so vast they spill onto the floor, their voices rising in quiet debate over the meaning of a comet's tail or the alignment of distant planets. Elenion steps inside, and the weight of their knowledge presses against him like a physical thing. These are minds that have charted the heavens for centuries, unraveling prophecies woven into the very fabric of the cosmos. Among them, a single figure stands apart, Istelinda, the archivist, her silver hair streaked with veins of blue like the Milky Way itself. She nods to a scroll unfurled before her, its edges brittle with age. You feel it too, don't you? She murmurs, though her eyes never leave the parchment. The stars have been restless of late. The scribe leans closer, and there, amid the familiar constellations, something new, or perhaps something very old, catches his eye. A pattern of 7 stars, faint but deliberate, forming a shape like a keyhole. Istelinda's finger hovers over it. This was not here last year, nor the year before. It's as if the sky itself is rewriting its own history. Elenion's pulse quickens. The pattern mirrors a carving he once saw in the house of the king's oldest wing, a relief of a doorway hidden deep in the Echariath Mountains, its edges scored with those same 7 points. A shrine, perhaps, or a vault, but Gondolin's laws are clear. No one leaves the city without the king's decree. To follow this path would be treason. The archivist's voice drops to a whisper. The stars sing of buried truths, scribe, but songs can be dangerous. Around them, the scholars continue their work, oblivious to the tension thickening the air. Istelinda rolls the scroll shut with deliberate slowness, her gaze locking onto Elenion's. Some doors should remain closed. Then, almost imperceptibly, she presses something into his palm, a sliver of opal, its surface etched with tiny, glowing runes. The moment their fingers brush, the stone flares warm, and the scribe's vision swims with images. A path through the mountains, a door veiled in mist, a voice calling from the dark. That night, Elenion stands at the highest balcony of the heavenly arch, the opal burning a hole in his pocket. Below him, Gondolin sleeps, its towers bathed in starlight. Above, the 7-starred keyhole gleams brighter than ever, as if the sky has opened an eye just for him. The choice is unbearable in its simplicity. Obey the laws of the city he loves, or trust the silent language of the heavens. A gust of wind snatches at his cloak, carrying with it the faintest echo of a melody, not from any harp or flute, but from the stars themselves. The sound settles in his bones, resonant and undeniable. Somewhere beyond the walls, the forgotten shrine waits, and the stars, it seems, will not call twice. The house of the tree breathes, its pillars entwined with living vines, its rafters alive with the flutter of wings, as if the very walls have learned to grow alongside the ancient oak at its heart. Idril, its lady, stands beneath the canopy, her fingers trailing through shafts of sunlight that filter through the leaves like liquid gold. There's a stillness to her that feels unnatural, as if she's listening to something far beyond the rustle of branches. When she turns to Elenion, her eyes hold a weight that makes his chest tighten. The earth dreams, she murmurs, and in its dreams it walks. She leads him to a pool at the oak's roots, its surface black as polished obsidian. As he peers into it, the water shivers, not with reflection, but with movement. Shapes coil in the depths, flames licking at towering gates, shadows massing like storm clouds, a figure with eyes like smoldering coals, standing at the foot of Gondolin's white walls. Elenion recoils, but Idril's hand on his wrist is firm. This is no mere vision, she says. It is memory, the memory of what has not yet come to pass. The scribe's notes suddenly feel like lead in his satchel. Scattered fragments, the hollow crown, the blade in the forge, the 7-starred keyhole, click together with terrible clarity. This isn't just prophecy, it's a warning etched in the bones of the world. Idril's voice drops to a whisper. Meaglin walks the hidden paths even now. He thinks himself unseen, but the trees have roots that run deeper than stone, and they remember his footsteps. A cold knot forms in Elenion's stomach. Meaglin, the traitor whose name was scrubbed from Gondolin's songs. If he's returned, if he's whispering in the king's ear again, the lady of the house presses a single leaf into his palm, its veins glowing faintly with trapped starlight. "Your quill is mightier than you know," she says, "for words can wake the sleeping or silence them forever." Outside, the wind shifts, carrying the scent of burning pine from the distant slopes of the Echoriath. The birds fall silent all at once, as if the very air has been sucked from the sky. Elenion's fingers tighten around the leaf. The city's fate no longer feels like a story to be recorded. It feels like a choice, and the parchment in his hands is the only weapon he has left. The house of the swallow moves like a whisper in the dark, its corridors narrow, its windows shuttered, its inhabitants gliding through Gondolin with a silence that makes even the torches seem to burn softer in their presence. Elenion barely has time to register the hand, brushing his sleeve, before a scroll is pressed into his palm. Its parchment so thin, it feels like a breath against his skin. The messenger is gone before he can speak, swallowed by the shadows of a recessed doorway, leaving behind only the faintest scent of frost and ink. Unrolling the scroll, Elenion expects some cryptic verse, some fragment of lore, but there's only one word, slashed across the page in ink so fresh it glistens: beware. His pulse stutters, a warning, a threat, or worse, a taunt, left to unravel his focus like a thread pulled from a tapestry. Around him, the house of the swallow hums with its usual quiet industry. Scribes copying missives, healers grinding herbs, all oblivious to the chill creeping down his spine. The word could mean anything. Beware the hollow crown, beware the blade in the forge, beware Meaglin's footsteps in the dark, or perhaps it's simpler, beware him, the scribe who asks too many questions, who lingers too long in sealed rooms, who carries secrets like splinters in his skin. His fingers tighten around the scroll. To act on this warning would mean admitting he's stepped into a game he doesn't understand. To ignore it, well, that might be the first move in a game he's already losing. A laugh rings out from an adjoining hall, bright and careless, and the sound is so jarring, it jolts him back to himself. Outside, the swallows dart and wheel, their wings cutting the twilight into fragments. They're the city's eyes, these birds, the silent watchers who carry word from house to house without a single soul the wiser. Whoever left this note chose them for a reason. Trust is a currency in Gondolin, but so is deception, and the only thing more dangerous than a lie is the truth wrapped in one. Elenion tucks the scroll into his sleeve. The weight of it feels like a second heartbeat. Somewhere in the city, a door clicks shut, a shadow shifts, and the wind, when it rises, carries the sound of wings, too many wings, beating against the coming dark. The house of the pillar is a fortress within a fortress, its great stone columns carved with the names of every warrior who has ever sworn to defend Gondolin. The air here smells of sweat and steel, of leather worn smooth by relentless practice. Elenion steps into the training yard just as the midday sun glints off 100 blades, their edges flashing like a school of fish darting through clear water. The warriors move in perfect unison, their strikes precise, their shields locked tight, yet beneath the discipline, something hums like a frayed bowstring. Their captain, a broad-shouldered elf named Baronar, stands atop a wooden platform, his voice booming across the courtyard as he recounts the oath of the pillar: to stand firm as stone, to break before bending. His words are meant to inspire, but the scribe catches flickers of unease among the ranks, a glance exchanged here, a jaw clenched there. Then, from the shadowed archway behind the armory, a whisper snakes its way to Elenion's ears. What use is a pillar if the ground beneath it crumbles? The words linger like smoke. Gondolin's strength has always been its unity, its unshakable faith in Turgon's vision. Yet here, in the heart of its most loyal house, doubt takes root. Elenion's quill hesitates over his parchment. To record this dissent would be to etch it into history, to risk igniting the very unrest the king fears. But to ignore it, that might be the greater betrayal. Later, under the pretense of mending a torn page, he seeks out the Whisperer, a young warrior named Callion, whose hands bear the scars of a dozen battles, but whose eyes hold the weariness of 100 more. They call us steadfast, Callion mutters, sharpening his dagger with slow, deliberate strokes. But how can we stand against what we do not understand? He speaks of rumors, of sealed gates, of scouts sent into the mountains who never return, of the way the stars no longer align as the lore masters promised they would. Something is coming, and we are not being told the truth. Elenion's chest tightens. His duty is clear. Bring this to the king's attention. Yet the weight of Callion's gaze gives him pause. What if the unrest isn't treason, but a warning? What if the pillar's cracks run deeper than anyone dares admit? The courtyard falls silent as Baranur approaches, his shadow swallowing the space between them. Scribe's record, he says, voice low. They do not question. The unspoken threat hangs heavy, but beneath it, Elenion hears something else, not anger, but fear. The fear of a leader who knows his people are slipping from his grasp. That night, the scribe kneels by candlelight, his notes spread before him like pieces of a shattered mosaic. The truth is a blade with no hilt. Grasping it will wound him, yet letting it fall could doom them all. Outside, the wind carries the sound of steel on steel, of warriors training not for glory, but for survival. And in the distance, faint but unmistakable, comes the echo of stone cracking. The house of the snowy tower holds its breath, its halls lined with shelves of crumbling parchment, each scroll a whisper from a time before Gondolin's walls were raised. The air here is thin, sharp with the scent of frost and old ink, as if the very stones remember the cold of the mountains from which they were hewn. Elenion moves silently, his fingers trailing over spines of leather and vellum, searching for answers to questions he's almost afraid to name. Then, a snag, a single page, torn unevenly, half buried beneath a ledger of grain stores. His breath stills as he lifts it, the parchment brittle as dried leaves. The script is jagged, hurried, as if the writer's hand had trembled. He walks among us still. It reads, "The one who sold the secret of the hidden way." His name is, the rest is lost, ripped away. Elenion's blood turns to ice. The hidden way, the single path to Gondolin, known only to the king and his most trusted. If its secret was bartered, then every wall, every tower, every sword in the city is nothing but a stage set, waiting to be toppled. A footstep echoes in the corridor outside. The scribe crumples the page into his sleeve, his pulse hammering against his ribs. To speak of this would be to sow panic, to fracture the unity Gondolin clings to like a lifeline. But to stay silent, that would make him complicit in whatever doom creeps closer with each passing hour. The door creaks open, and an archivist steps in, her face unreadable in the lamplight. The hour grows late. She murmurs, though her eyes linger on the disturbed scrolls. Some truths are best left to the dark. Elenion forces a nod, but the torn page burns against his skin. Whoever wrote it knew the traitor's name, and if the answer lies in these archives, it's only a matter of time before someone or something returns to finish what was started. Outside, the first snow of winter begins to fall, settling over the city like a shroud. The towers gleam white under its touch, beautiful and brittle, as if they too sense the fragility of the peace they stand upon. The scribe's fingers twitch toward his quill. History, he realizes, isn't just a record. It's a weapon, and the hand that wields it must choose to strike or to be struck. The House of the Wing perches on the eastern edge of Gondolin, its balconies open to the sky, its rafters alive with the rustle of feathers and the keen, golden eyes of hunting falcons. Elenion steps into the loft, where the air thrums with the restless energy of birds straining against their jesses. Their handlers move with quiet precision, murmuring in a language of whistles and clicks. But there's a tension here, a sharpness in the way their hands linger on the falcon's wings, as if fearing they might take flight and never return. The master falconer, a weathered elf named Soranume, strokes the breast of a great gray hawk, his fingers tracing the scar along its talon. They've been returning late from their hunts, he says, voice low. Some not at all, and when they do come back, their feathers smell of smoke. His gaze drifts toward the encircling mountains, their peaks lost in swirling mist. Something out there calls to them, or drives them. Elenion's quill hesitates over his parchment. Birds do not abandon their roosts without cause. He remembers the shadow in the fountain, the whispers beneath the city, the way the stars have rewritten themselves pieces of a puzzle still half hidden. Have you flown beyond the mountains? He asks. Soranume's laugh is brittle. None dare. The king's decree is clear. But his eyes betray him, flickering toward a younger falconer who busies herself with a bundle of fresh killed rabbits. The girl's sleeves are singed at the cuffs. That night, Elenion climbs the highest balcony of the House of the Wing, the wind tearing at his cloak. Below him, Gondolin sleeps, its towers glowing like embers in the moonlight. Above, the falcons circle, their cries thin and urgent. Then, a sound so faint he might have imagined it, a hum deep and resonant, shuddering through the rocks beneath his feet. It pulses like a heartbeat, like the toll of a distant bell, and for a moment, the very air seems to vibrate with it. A shadow blots out the stars. A falcon, larger than any he's seen, its wingspan vast as a storm cloud. It does not land. It does not even glance at the city. It flies north, toward the black teeth of the mountains, and as it vanishes into the dark, the hum grows louder. Not a call, a warning. Elenion's fingers tighten around the railing. The birds know what he does not. Gondolin's walls may keep its people safe, but the world beyond is stirring. And whatever sleeps beneath those peaks is beginning to wake. The House of the Mole is a labyrinth of tunnels, its walls glistening with veins of mithril that catch the torchlight like frozen lightning. The air here is thick with the scent of damp stone and something sharper, a metallic tang that clings to the back of Elenion's throat as he follows a miner named Brithon into the depths. The elf's hands are rough with calluses, his nails blackened from years of clawing at the earth, but there's a tremor in his voice as he stops before a fissure in the rock. "We found this yesterday," he murmurs, holding his torch aloft. The light dances over something embedded in the stone, a jagged shard of metal, its surface rippled like spoiled fruit, its edges curling inward as if it's trying to swallow itself. Brithon hesitates, then pulls a scrap of cloth from his belt. Wrapping it around his palm, he reaches out, but the moment his fingers brush the metal, he yanks back with a hiss. The cloth smolders, its edges blackened. It's not just hot, he whispers. It hungers. Elenion's pulse stutters. He's seen this before, not in Gondolin's archives, but in the oldest tales of Angband, where Morgoth's forges birthed weapons that thirsted for flesh. But how could such a thing lie buried beneath the city's foundations? Brithon's torch gutters as a draft snakes through the tunnel, carrying with it a sound too deep for ears, a vibration that thrums through the rock, through bone, through the very roots of the mountains. The miner's face goes slack with dread. It's worse farther down, he says, the lower tunnels they're singing. The scribe presses a hand to the wall. The stone is fever warm, humming against his palm like the throat of a great beast. Somewhere in the darkness below, something answers, not a song, a chord, a note so vast it could crack the world in half. Brithon's grip tightens on his torch. The king's architects swore these mountains were solid, he says, but whatever's beneath us, it's not stone, and it's waking up. Elenion's notes blur before his eyes, the hollow crown, the blade in the forge, the 7-starred keyhole, each secret a thread, each thread leading here, to this trembling dark, to this metal that burns and hungers. Gondolin's strength was always its secrecy, its isolation. But what if its greatest threat wasn't beyond the walls, but beneath them? A pebble dislodges from the ceiling, clattering at their feet. Then another. The torchlight wavers, and for a heartbeat, the shadows on the walls don't match their shapes. Brithon's breath comes fast and shallow. We should go, he says, but as they turn, the tunnel behind them is no longer empty. Something crouches there, not a shadow, not a trick of the light, but a presence, its edges seething like smoke in a gale. The last thing Elenion sees before the torch dies is its eyes, 2 embers, glowing the exact same shade as the twisted metal. Darkness swallows them whole. And from the depths, the singing begins in earnest. The Hall of Kings has never felt so vast, nor so suffocating. Elenion stands at its threshold, the weight of his satchel, stuffed with scraps of prophecy, forbidden songs, and the whispers of stones pulling at his shoulder like an anchor. Around him, the marble arches seem to lean inward, their carvings of ancient heroes watching with stone-eyed judgment. The air hums with the faintest tremor, a vibration that hasn't been there before, or perhaps one he's only just learned to feel. His notes are a tapestry of dread, the hollow crown's warning, the blade that hungers, the falcons fleeing north, the song in the earth's bones. Each fragment is a spark. Together, they could light a fire that would either illuminate the truth or burn Gondolin to ashes. The scribe's fingers tighten around his quill. To lay this before King Turgon, now raw and unproven, would be to scatter kindling at the feet of a man already shouldering the weight of a kingdom's survival. Yet to stay silent, to let these secrets fester in the dark, might be the greater betrayal. A murmur of voices draws his attention. The council is gathering, their robes sweeping the floor like shadows given form. Among them, Meaglin moves with a serpent's grace, his smile never reaching his eyes. Elenion's breath catches. The traitor's name, half torn from that scrap in the house of the snowy tower, burns in his memory. What if this is the final piece? What if Meaglin's presence here, now, is no accident, but a move in some deeper game? The scribe hesitates. One more step, and he crosses into a world where nothing can be unsaid. Behind him, the great doors groan shut, sealing him inside with his choices. The torches flicker, casting the council's faces in shifting light. Some weary, some wary, all unaware of the storm, gathering in the scribe's silence. Then, from the shadows of a pillar, a hand brushes his wrist. Idril's voice is barely a breath. The tree's roots run deeper than the crown's reach. She whispers. Her fingers press something cold into his palm. A key, its teeth shaped like 7 stars. You've walked the edges of the truth. Now walk its heart. The council bell tolls, sharp as a blade on stone. Elenion's gaze flicks to Meaglin, who watches him with a curiosity too keen to be casual. The key bites into his flesh, a silent dare. There's a door beneath Gondolin, one the stars have pointed to, one the earth's song has echoed through. And beyond it, answers or oblivion, the scribe exhales. His quill can wait. Some truths are too dangerous for parchment. The house of the king's guard looms before Elenion like a wall of living steel, its arched gateway flanked by sentinels whose spears catch the pale morning light in a way that makes them look less like weapons and more like bars of a cage. Their helms obscure their faces, but the scribe feels the weight of their scrutiny as he approaches, each step echoing too loudly in the hushed courtyard. The air here smells of oiled leather and cold iron, of discipline so absolute it lingers like a scent. At the center of the training yard, Captain Galadhur stands with his back to the entrance, his shoulders squared beneath a cloak, the color of dried blood. He doesn't turn as Elenion nears, but his voice slices through the silence like a blade. The archives are west of here, scribe. The words aren't hostile, but they aren't an invitation either. Elenion's fingers tighten around the key hidden in his sleeve, its teeth biting into his palm. He could lie, claim he's delivering a missive or compiling records of the guard's lineage. But the captain's reputation precedes him. Galadhur's justice is as unyielding as the mountains, and his disdain for deception is legendary. The scribe exhales, steadying himself. I seek the hollow crown. The yard goes utterly still. Somewhere above, a raven croaks, the sound raw as a wound. Galadhur turns slowly, and for the first time, Elenion sees the scars that ladder his face. Each one a story, each story a lesson. The captain's gaze is a physical weight. That name hasn't been spoken in this city for an age. He says, low and measured, who put it in your mouth? Around them, the guards shift subtly, their hands drifting toward sword hilts. Elenion's pulse hammers, but he holds the captain's stare. The city itself, he says. The stars, the stones, even the birds carry its echo now. He risks a step closer, lowering his voice. You've felt it too, haven't you? The way the torches gutter when no wind blows. The way the children whisper of voices in the cracks. Galadhur's expression doesn't change, but his knuckles whiten around the hilt of his dagger. For a long moment, the only sound is the distant clang of a smith's hammer. Then, with a flick of his wrist, the captain dismisses the guards. They disperse without question, melting into the shadows of the colonnade. When they are alone, Galadhur exhales through his nose, a sound like a sword being drawn from its sheath. There's a vault beneath the armory, he murmurs, sealed with more than stone. What you're looking for, it isn't a crown, it's a key. The admission hangs between them, charged as lightning. Elenion's mind races. A key to what? The door beneath the mountains, the song in the earth's bones. But Galadhur is already moving, his cloak swirling as he strides toward a narrow stairwell. "Come," he says, not looking back. Before the shadows have ears, the scribe hesitates. This could be a test, or a trap. Yet the key in his sleeve hums as if an answer, its warmth spreading up his arm like a living thing. Some choices aren't made with reason, but with blood, with bone, with the instinct that thrums in the dark places of the world. Elenion follows. The stairwell descends into blackness, the air growing thick with the scent of damp metal, and something older, sharper, like the breath of a beast long caged. Galadhur's torch casts flickering shapes on the walls, and for a heartbeat, Elenion swears they move on their own, twisting into forms too lean for any living creature. The captain doesn't slow. "You'll tell no one of this," he says, not a request, but a decree carved in stone. "What we unearth today will either save this city or bury it." At the bottom, a door waits, its surface etched with runes that writhe under the torchlight. Galadhur presses his palm to the center, and the metal groans as it splits open, revealing not a chamber, but a yawning throat of darkness. A draft curls up from the depths, carrying with it a sound that isn't a sound, a pressure in the ears, a vibration in the teeth. Elenion's breath fogs in the sudden cold. Somewhere far below, something answers the key's silent call, and the scribe realizes, with a clarity that chills him deeper than the dark, that he wasn't meant to find this path. He was meant to walk it. The steps spiral deeper than Elenion thought possible, the air thickening with each turn until it feels less like breathing and more like swallowing the dark itself. Galadhur's torch gutters, casting jagged shadows that cling to the walls like cobwebs, and the scribe's boots scuff against stone worn smooth by centuries of footsteps, or perhaps by something far older. Then, without warning, the stairwell ends, opening into a chamber so vast the light doesn't reach its edges. The ceiling arches overhead, lost in shadow, but the floor is a mosaic of shattered crystal, each fragment catching the torchlight and throwing it back in splinters of color that dance like dying stars. At the center of the chamber, a pedestal rises from the chaos, its surface carved with runes that bleed silver in the flickering glow. Upon it rests a single object, a crystal no larger than a clenched fist. It's vast, it's so precise they seem carved by something beyond mortal hands. Elenion's breath catches. This isn't just glass or quartz. It hums, a soundless vibration that thrums in his teeth, in his bones, as if it's been waiting for him. Galadhur's grip tightens on his shoulder. "Look," he commands, voice rough as gravel, and tips the crystal toward the light. The vision strikes like a blade. Gondolin burns, not in some distant future, but now. Its white towers blackened, its marble streets split open like wounds. Elenion's stomach lurches as he watches flames pour through the House of the Golden Flower, its stained glass windows exploding inward in a rain of colored shards. The Fountain of the King runs red, its waters choked with ash, and high above, the dome of the heavenly arch cracks apart, its painted stars peeling away like scales. Worst of all are the figures silhouetted against the inferno. Elves fleeing, falling, their mouths open in screams the crystal doesn't let him hear. Then the perspective shifts, plunging downward through layers of stone and soil to where the roots of the mountains coil like sleeping serpents. Something moves there, something vast. Its shape is indistinct, a shadow within shadow, but its eyes Elenion wrenches back, the crystal clattering onto the pedestal. His hands shake, his lungs burning as if he's inhaled the very smoke from the vision. Galad, her face is grim, his scars standing out like cracks in porcelain. "You see now," he mutters, "this isn't prophecy, it's memory." The scribe's mind races. Memory implies the fall has already happened, that Gondolin's gleaming spires are already cinders, its songs already silenced. But that's impossible, unless time here isn't a river, but a wheel, and the city is doomed to burn again and again, its people never knowing they're dancing on the edge of the same blade. Galad her lifts the crystal once more, and this time the vision clarifies at the edges. A figure stands amid the ruins, cloaked in smoke, his face half hidden but unmistakable. Meaglin. In his outstretched hand gleams the twisted blade from the house of the Hammer of Wrath, its edge pulsing with the same hungry light as the metal in the tunnels. His lips move, shaping words the crystal translates into a whisper that slithers into Elenion's ears. The hollow crown is the key. Break it, and the fire wakes. The crystal goes dark. The chamber holds its breath. Somewhere far above, a bell begins to toll not the measured chime of the council hour, but the frantic, uneven clang of alarm. Galad, her face drains of color. "They are here," he says. Elenion's blood turns to ice. The visions weren't a warning. They were an invitation, and whatever sleeps beneath Gondolin has just opened its eyes. The Hall of Kings thrums with voices, a hive of counsel and contention, as Elenion bursts through the gilded doors. King Turgon sits immovable upon his throne, his face a mask of patience, but the scribe sees the weariness in the set of his shoulders, the burden of rule wearing grooves into his spirit. Around him, the lords of the 12 houses gather like storm clouds, their robes whispering against the marble as they turn, one by one, to mark the intrusion. Meaglin stands closest to the king's right hand, his fingers curled around a goblet of wine, the ruby liquid catching the light like old blood. His gaze locks onto Elenion, sharp as a dagger's point. The scribe's breath comes fast, his satchel heavy with the weight of the crystal's vision, the key's secret, the falcon's warning, but the words clot in his throat. How does one speak of doom when the court hums with the ordinary music of governance? A steward drones on about grain stores. A captain debates patrol routes. To name the threat now would be to scatter embers onto parchment. Yet the tremor in the earth, the hum in the stones, they will not wait for diplomacy. Elenion of the Fountain is the first to step forward, his silvered hair bright against the somber tones of the chamber. "You're troubled, scribe," he murmurs, though his voice carries. The room stills. Even Turgon's fingers pause where they drum against the armrest. Elenion seizes the opening. "My king," he begins, then falters. The lord's faces are a mosaic of suspicion and curiosity. Glorfindel's golden brows knit together. Rog's scarred hands flex at his sides. Only Idril, standing at the periphery, offers a nod so slight it might have been a trick of the light. Gathering his courage, the scribe drops to one knee. The city is in peril, not from beyond our walls, but beneath them. A ripple moves through the assembly. Meaglin's lips curve, though his eyes remain cold. "Bold words," he says, setting his goblet aside with deliberate care. From one who spends his days dusting scrolls, not standing watch upon the ramparts. The jab is meant to wound, but Elenion feels the truth like a brand in his chest. He is no warrior, no lord, just a keeper of stories. Yet stories, he realizes with sudden clarity, are the bones of history. And history is repeating itself. He meets Turgon's gaze. Your Majesty, the hollow crown is no myth. It's a key, and it's been turned. Silence, then the chamber erupts. Some lords scoff, others demand proof, their voices crashing together like waves against rock. Through the din, Turgon raises a hand, and the room obeys. The king's eyes, deep as mountain pools, search Elenion's face. You speak of things buried for an age, he says at last. What proof have you? The scribe reaches into his satchel. The crystal's weight is a confession, a promise, a verdict. But as his fingers brush its surface, the ground shudders, not the faint tremors of before, but a violent lurch that sends tapestries swaying and chalices toppling. Somewhere in the city, a scream pierces the air. Meaglin's smile doesn't waver. Earthquakes are not uncommon in the mountains, he says smoothly, though his knuckles whiten around the edge of the throne. Elenion's pulse hammers. The time for proof is past. The crystal flares in his palm, its light painting the horrified faces of the lords in stark relief. The vision spills forth, flames licking at the house of the tree, the fountain's waters boiling, the great gates buckling under the weight of something vast and hungry. And there, amid the chaos, a figure in black, his blade raised not in defense but in triumph. Turgon pales. How long? The scribe's voice cracks. It has already begun. The king rises, his cloak pooling like molten silver at his feet. The lords brace for orders, for battle, for the end they've long feared. But before Turgon can speak, the doors burst open a second time. A guard staggers in, his armor scorched, his breath ragged. The tunnels, he gasps. They're coming, and from the depths beneath Gondolin, the singing finally stops. The tremor beneath Gondolin's marble floors isn't subtle this time. It's a convulsion, a roar of stone, grinding against stone, as if the earth itself has taken a dagger to the city's ribs. Elenion stumbles, the crystal slipping from his grasp, its glow painting the panicked faces of the lords in jagged streaks of silver. The Hall of Kings, once a bastion of order, fractures into chaos. Tapestries ripple like living things, goblets shatter against the floor, their wine spreading like bloodstains, and then silence, a breath held too long. Meaglin is the first to move, his smirk dissolving into something sharper. You see, he hisses, rounding on Turgon. The scribe's meddling has stirred what should have slept. His fingers twitch toward the dagger at his belt, but Idril steps between them, her presence a blade of its own. No, she says, quiet and lethal. It was never sleeping. Only waiting. Outside, the alarm bells surge into a frenzied chorus, their clangor echoing through the vaulted streets. Rog of the Hammer of Wrath barrels past the guards, his forge-grimed hands already reaching for the axe strapped to his back. The eastern gate, he growls. The tunnels beneath it, they are crumbling. Elenion's blood turns to ice. The vision in the crystal wasn't prophecy, it was a beacon. And whatever clawed its way up from the roots of the mountains has answered its call. The scribe's notes, his carefully gathered secrets, suddenly feel like kindling in a storm. Words won't hold back the dark, but they might be the only torch left. Glorfindel seizes his arm, golden hair wild in the shuddering torchlight. You knew, he breathes, not an accusation, but a plea. You saw this. What else did you see? The weight of the question nearly buckles Elenion's knees. He saw Gondolin burn. He saw Meaglin's blade raised in treachery. He saw the hollow crown, not a relic, but a seal, and now it's broken. But before he can speak, the ground heaves again, and this time, the sound that follows isn't stone. It's a scream, not human, not elven, something older. The lords scatter, rallying their houses, but Turgon remains, his gaze locked onto Elenion. In the king's eyes, the scribe sees it the moment the ruler of Gondolin realizes his city was built on a fault line of lies. You have one chance, Turgon murmurs, one message to send before the end. What will it be? Elenion's fingers find the crystal, its surface fever hot. The truth is a weapon, but so is hope. And if this is the last night of Gondolin, let it not be the last night of its story. He lifts his head. Tell them to look to the swallows, he says. High above, the dome of the heavenly arch splits open, and the sky rains fire. The air tastes of smoke and iron as Elenion races through the shuddering streets, the crystal clutched to his chest like a second heartbeat. Around him, Gondolin fractures, towers groan, fountains run black with ash, and the once gleaming marble is veined with cracks that pulse like living things. The battle beyond the walls is a distant thunder, but here, at the city's heart, the real war is waged in whispers and choices. His chronicle, once a tapestry of ink and memory, has become a compass. Every note, every fragment of prophecy, every stolen glance between lords, they're not just history anymore. They're steps on a path only he can walk. A shadow peels itself from the ruins ahead. Idril, her silver gown torn, her hands stained with soot and something darker. She doesn't speak. She doesn't need to. The key she gave him burns against his ribs, its teeth sharper than any blade. Somewhere beneath them, the earth song has become a scream. The hollow crown wasn't meant to be found. But it was, and now its echo calls to the thing that stirs in the deep. Elenion's fingers find the last blank page of his journal. The quill trembles, not with fear, but with the weight of what comes next. Stories have power, not just to record, but to reshape. If Gondolin falls tonight, let it fall as more than a cautionary tale. Let it fall as a beacon. His strokes are swift, certain, etching words that glow faintly against the parchment, as if the very ink remembers the starlight that birthed it. A roar splits the sky. The dome of the heavenly arch shatters, and through the raining glass, Elenion sees them. The swallows, not fleeing, but swarming, a living net against the fire, streaked dark. They spiral upward, 1,000 wings beating in time with the pulse of his pen. The lords may wield swords, the king may command armies, but this is his battlefield. To write the truth is to arm those who will come after. The ground heaves, the crystal flares, its light stitching the cracks in the world back together for one fleeting breath. And in that breath, Elenion understands. Gondolin was never just a city. It was a story, and stories don't end when the last page turns. They wait, patient as roots beneath the snow, for the right hand to lift them back into the sun. The scribe smiles, then he steps into the fire, his words rising with the smoke, his voice lost in the thunder. Not gone, but woven into the song, the swallows carry beyond the mountains, beyond the ruin, beyond the long night that stretches ahead. Some stories are lived, and some are just beginning.
you.